ලොව විහිතා සුදු පැහැ සඳ රැසිව් සැදී දින නොමදා සිරි සඟ මුක් සැප නිසැදී ලද මුනිදා දම් කඳ පහස මන බැඳී වදු දළදා හිමි තෙමහල් පහය රැඳී
ජිනරාජ දළදාවේ පින්සාර මහා පෙරහර අද දවස උතුම් පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයේ තුන්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර වීදි සරණ මොහොතේ අප ඔබ මෙලෙස සජීව ලෙසින් සම්බන්ධ වන්නේ. ශාස්ත්‍රීයත්වයේ කරන කොටගෙන පෙරහැර අප ඉටු කරන්නට යෙදෙනවා. අද දවසේත් මේ උත්තරීතර වූ කන්දරට ඓතිහාසික සෙන්කඩගල පුරවරයේ සිදු කරන අසිරිමත් පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යය 7:06ට යෙදුණු සුබ මුහුර්තයෙන් උතුරු දිශාභිමුඛව පෙරහැර ගමන් ආරම්භ කරන්නට යෙදෙනවා. එලෙසම ඉන්දිරාජා විසින් සදහතුක පෙරහැර කරඬුන් වහන්සේ මේ වීදි සිසාරා රැගෙන යාමට භාග්‍යවන්ත වී තිබෙනවා. අපි ආරාධනා කරනවා උත්තම පෙරහැරක අසිරිය සිරි විසිතුරු නරඹන්නට මේ වීදිවල සිට සේම ඔබට නිවසේ සිට ලෝකයේ කොතැනක සිට වූද හැකියාව අප ලබා දී තිබෙනවා. මෙතෙන් පටන් අප සූදානම් ඔබට සජීවී රූපකාවයක් ලෙස ඔබ netu අද්දරට netu මානෙට මේ පෙරහැරේ රූ අසිරි ගෙන එන්නට. ரபஸ்தாவ
நன்றி ஜெயநாத். நீங்கள் பார்த்து கொண்டிருப்பது கண்டி மாநகரின் பிரபல்யம் வாய்ந்த அசல பெரகராவின் 3வது ரந்தோலி பெரகரா. இன்றைய தினம் புத்த பெருமானின் புனித தந்த தாதுவை தாங்கியவாறு இந்த ராஜஜானையானது புலதிச ராஜஜானை புரும ராஜஜானை புடைதுள்ள வடதிசை நோக்கி வலம் வர காத்திருக்கின்றது. இக்காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் நேரலையாக ஃப்ரீசர் 2, டயலாக் டிவி 20, பியோ டிவி 20-310 ஆகிய தளங்களினூடாக பார்வையிட முடியும். மேலும் தலதா மாளிகையின் சமூக வலைத்தளங்களினூடாகவும் இக்காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் பார்வையிடலாம். நன்றி. சந்துலி.
Thank you, Shangavi. Tonight, under the starlit skies of this city, ancient rhythms of devotion are ready to rise once again. Tonight, you are about to witness a fusion of cultural heritage and the vibrance of a royal procession. Today, the ceremonial Tusker Indiraja will majestically carry the sacred relic casket accompanied by the Tuskers, Pulatisirasha and Budumarasha. So this invitation goes to all of you to witness this procession live, and for those of you who are at home, tune into Daluk TV channel number 20, PO TV channel number 20 and 310, FreeSat channel number 2 and all the other social media platforms of Shri Maligawa. The third Randoli Perahera awaits you in pride, in grace, in glory and boundless devotion.
Dalada Samidu Pihitai. We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the third Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2025, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Shri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
You are now seeing the Perahera officials, the permission and the blessings of the Diyawadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their streets perambulations. This is the handing over of keys by the Diyawadana Nilame to the officiating bhikkhus.
Now, the Diyawadana Nilame will be making his way from the upper level, the Helamalaya, to the lower level of the chamber known as Pathamalaya, of the Vada Sitina Maligawa, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Malwatu Mahavihara, Venerable Tibbatuwe Shri Medankarabhidana Nayakatheru, towards the ceremonial Tusker under much veneration amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers all the way from the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting Tusker.
We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha being placed within the Ranhilige. That is mounted on the lavishly costumed Tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
These officials are seen offering flowers and floral gardens to the Perahera casket. This is the devout moment when the royal Tusker shall step majestically down from the Mahavahalkada, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingha music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city. Today, the royal Tusker will be in the Raja, and he will be accompanied by the Tuskers Buruma Raja and Pulatisi Raja.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering, whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers announcing that the procession has commenced, and these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king.
When looking back at history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahera, but now it is the Diyawadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera.
Today, this troupe of whip crackers are led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna.
The Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wielders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder to pay homage to the rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivation with rain.
The whip master's duty is to hand it down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in Kandy Esala Perahera. According to the traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being called such. In single file, we see those whip masters are carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as niyaga and navapatta.
It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk down the journey of life. Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for the blessings from the sacred tooth relic.
Rain does not come with the thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light dancing across the faces of people lining the streets to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with the rain.
And this troupe of fire acrobats are trained and led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna.
Kajini, it seems a very paradox to learn that we offering fire to seek for water. This phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by the group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatic while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain.
Yes, Netmini. And this turning of fireballs is called as Pandampalia, which paints the night with varied patterns of light using both hands and feet, along with thrilling episodes of fire stunts.
Back in history, Kandy and performing arts have been classified into 5 variants which were known as Wahala Ilangama, Singakari Ilangama, Thambara Pittukari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama and Kavikara Madura. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in Perahera, which is the royal order that's still been obeyed since the ancient time till the modern days.
The classification of Wahala Ilangama that was mentioned before comprises of acts that create a sense of thrill among the spectators. And the fireball dance we see in front of us is one such example of a performing art that belongs to the Wahala Ilangama.
Fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as Bin Talaya, low level, Mad Talaya, mid level, and Ahas Talaya, the sky level, that is definitely highlighted episodes of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers who are clad in white national costumes, who are carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us that the fact this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to the great Lord Buddha.
The troupe of Buddhist flag bearers are the intimates of the Palikale open prison camp who have been starring in this segment in the Perahera for many years.
A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which is in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of flags.
The Buddhist flag is the symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represents the rays of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent the eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma and his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated: blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom.
The origin of the Buddhist flag that we see today and which is used internationally dates back to the year 1885, where it was designed by the Colombo Committee of Ceylon, which was graced by prominent Buddhist personalities such as Venerable Hikaduave Sumangala Thero, Venerable Migetuate Gunananda Thero, and Don Carolis Heva Vitarana, and this was first publicly hoisted in the Vesak public holiday under the British rule.
Following the group of Buddhist flag bearers, we are now witnessing the arrival of the state flag bearers. The unique collection of flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and the 9 counties that were once under the rule of the ancient Kandyan kingdom.
These state flags also bear the intimates of the Palikale open prison camp,
It was a tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as Dasaraja Dharma. Following the group of provincial flag bearers, we are now witnessing the arrival of the brass flag bearers who are led by Mr. Ajit Mahendra.
The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in the metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who remind us of the proud heritage of the Kandyan era.
These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and the 12 counties, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience, and energy. And now, following the brass flag bearers, we are witnessing the arrival of a group of sword bearers representing the Angampura team of Sri Lankan Air Force.
Walking in a great discipline in their calm and disciplined nature are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket.
Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying the raised swords, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is the historic representation that it provides with the utmost might to the sacred tooth relic.
Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever who holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country.
We now see the most magnificent sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant who will be carrying the Ceremonial. The very first elephant of the third Randoli Perahera is the elephant Banda from Ratnapura.
This is the arrival of the first Hewisi troupe that represents the official music ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of Shri Dalada Maligawa. In front of the procession as a tradition which they practice with a majestic skill. In fact, no Panteru or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using either drums or other musical instruments is permitted before Hewisi, as per the rule of the Kandy Perahera tradition. As the most prominent orchestra of the five-fold music instruments, has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country, known as Upcountry, Low Country, and Savarang. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts. Therefore, this particular Hewisi instrumental performance belongs to the upcountry tradition of Hewisi, which is known as Udarata Hewisi in Sinhala.
Shri Dalada Maligawa. The Gajanayake and Nilame is a royal official in charge of the king's troupe of elephants, and it was a position given to him directly by the king himself. And this is the great Tusker, Nayan Raja of Shri Dalada Maligawa.
Is one of the most gentle dance performances of upcountry tradition of dance, which is traditionally a dance of purity. The dancers carry a pot of saffron water on one hand and the aurica nut flower on the other hand, and this dance symbolizes purifying the root in which the sacred tooth casket shall be carried.
This troupe of Kotala dancers are trained and led by Mr. of Shri Dalada Maligawa.
The Kotala is in fact a ritualistic dance that is performed in healing ritual or Shanti Karma across upcountry, low country and Savarang tradition, and here we see the upcountry version of the Kotala which originates from Kohupakankari healing ritual as one of the 4 Hat or 7 dance episodes that comprise of Bulat Kotala Mal Salu Pol Yahan Mutti and Anguru Dumala
Now we are seeing the arrival of Janaraja, the Tusker of Shri Dalada Maligawa, who is carrying an official bearing a Buddhist flag. Now we are witnessing the arrival of a Malipadea dance troupe which is trained and led by Mr. W.M. Dayananda. Malipadea dance performance, which is also known as the Polmal, Malhatpadea and Madhupura, is also a ritualistic dance performance that has its variants across the traditions of upcountry, low country and Savarang. And this act is of the upcountry tradition that originates from the Kohoma Kankarya hearing ritual.
The polemana or the coconut flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruga or the national tree of bounty, which denotes the prosperity.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a duo of Tuskers. The Tusker Miyan Kumara from the Bellanmila Raja Mahavihara and the Tusker Raju from Askiri Mahavihara.
And here we can see the two officials carrying brass umbrellas on both Tuskers' mount.
Now we are seeing the arrival of a troupe of Chamara dancers.
The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as the Salakini Sandesha courts, that white tassels in motion along with the majestic elephants.
Chamara is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance acts of the Perahera this evening. The Chamara is a white tasseled object that was used historically as a fanning tool to the sacred tooth relic and prominent individuals including the royals. Now we are witnessing the arrival of another elephant, the Dalada elephant from Ratnapura, who is carrying an official carrying a brass canopy. Now we are seeing a troupe of Raban dancers who are led and trained by Mr. Janaka Rajapaksha.
The Raban or the hand tambourine is very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka known as Raban Madura.
There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or the Bangu Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu, and the At Rabana, which we see now, that is the most prominently seen dance related to performances.
The Raban is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity, belonging to the Athatha classification of the traditional music instruments. Both the Raban and the Bummedia, which are drums played only using bare hands, are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. Now we are witnessing the entrance of Kotte Raja Tusker from Kotte Rajamahawihara. And we can see on his mount an official carrying a brass umbrella.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a troupe of Panteru dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Nayan Jayasekara of Shri Dalada Maligawa.
Puru is an upcountry styled folk dance act that is known for its fast tempo when compared to other folk dance acts that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as Panteru on one hand, and they perform to the beat of upcountry Gatabere drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designs part of the body.
The Panteru dance may explicitly seem as if it is a singular choreograph, but if you look carefully, you would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Elefantharaka of the Rankadu Pattini Devalaya from Kaduwela. Now we are seeing the entry of the Nayan dance troupe, which is trained and led by Mr. Vasantha Rajangana and Mr. Vasantha Gunathilaka.
The Nayan dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that hold a very prominent position in the Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Kumbal Perahera festivals. The speciality of the Nayan dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by the primitive Kandyan dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires to crown as a Kandyan West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed. Now we are witnessing the arrival of a Savarang dance troupe representing the Mahanata Buddhist College. Dance items which involve these tassels are used quite often in Perahera, but this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed previously. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is similar to the Chamara but with a difference in the prop that is used.
The savarama, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on both its ends, which makes it a longer version of chamara instrument. However, the savarama too is meant to serve the same purpose as the chamara which is a fan and cool the impeding icon of worship.
Now we are witnessing the entrance of Vijitaraja elephant from Dimbulagala Aranya Senasane. On its mount we can see an official carrying 2 brass umbrellas.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a troupe which is led and trained by Mr. Aryapala Vijayamana. The Rabana or the hand tambourine is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But this is no such dance even though we see the presence of the tambourine in the play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more a sporting performance than a dance item, and that this is why this act is known as Raban Karakavimo or Raban Kreda in Sinhalese.
The spinning game of Rabana can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are different age levels, young and seniors, who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects.
They spin the Raban in their flexible long cane sticks in great balance, and highlighting episodes of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Raban back on their sticks or from their hands, with no room for failure. Every such succeeded attempt is applauded with a cheer from the onlookers, as it seems impossible to the common's eye.
The artists do not forget to infuse several creative twists to the play of Rabana, where some artists create the episodes of changing the Rabana with their colleagues while the tambourine are flying high in the mid-air, and we see some artists spinning multiple Rabana on specially designed stands. All of these wonderful episodes of skills are certainly expressing the talent behind the native Sri Lankans to the world that witness this great pageant of Kandyan heritage. Now we are witnessing the entrance of the elephant Muthu from left side and the entrance of the elephant Kandaratissa from right side.
And the officials mounted on top are carrying a brass canopy and the Burmese flags. This is a troupe of Tham-matam players who are trained and led by Mr. Sujit Ananda.
The Tham-matam, also known as the Pokuru Rabana in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of the Hewisi ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahera as the main sound offering towards the impending requirements of worship. However, this act celebrates the Tham-matam as individual performance, excluding any other musical instrument, we see in Hewisi troupe.
The amazing feature about this Tham-matam performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Tham-matamer, which is evidently why it is recognized as the Tham-matam Natumer or the Tham-matam dance. This is truly the fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with.
Now we are witness the entrance of the elephant Bibila from Giriulla. On his mount, an official carrying brass umbrella.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a Talam dance troupe, trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Sri Chandananda Buddhist College.
The Talam or the small set of cymbals are a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the peace and rhythm of the dance.
The young performers dash these cymbals in a choreographed rhythm and performance a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical line movements. Now we are witnessing the entry of 3 she elephants. The first she elephant, the Ganga from Ganga Aramvihara, Colombo, Suddhi from Habarana, and Parami from Madagoda. Now we are witnessing a Panteru dance troupe which is trained and led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri.
The Panteru is a musical instrument that is used as the rhythm tool across all 3 traditions of upcountry, low country and Savarang, but the Panteru dance is exclusively belongs to the Udaki or the upcountry tradition of dance.
The Panteru dance is performed to the beat of the Gataberea or the Udarateberea, which is considered as the spinal instrument of upcountry dancing, just like how the Yakberea or the Deolberea is the key instrument of low country dancing.
Since the 18th century, the instrument was used for the development of semi-classical dance form, which is an art that was passed down from generation to generation. The dance is classified as Gajanayake as per the theory of Panchatoryanada, since the Panteru is an instrument belong to Gana classification, as it needs to be dashed in order to be instrumented.
Now we are seeing the entrance of two elephants, the elephant Saliya from Mahiyangane Rajama Vihara and the elephant Balangoda Raja from Balangoda. Now we are witnessing a troupe of mesmerizing sword dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Hasidu Gunawardana.
The Gajanayake or the sword dance is not at all meant to promote the violence in this Perahera, that is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha. This dance actually is meant to be an tribute and illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors who risked their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation.
The dance is in fact a dramatic choreography of a dance which uses the props of a kaduva, the sword, and the paliha, which is the shield, where the dancers present a fictional battle that is displayed using these choreographed dance steps, which are unique to the folk dance style of the upcountry tradition. One could notice how the facial expressions of these dancers show an abundance of bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play.
Now we are witnessing the entrance of majestic elephants named the elephant Sankaraja from Sankapala Rajamaha Vihara in right side and the Tusker Rani from Ratnapura in left side.
Now we are witnessing a troupe of Udaki players which are trained and led by Mr. M.B. Thennakoon. Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the Udaki that we see here in these dance performances. We do not just see these performers playing the Udaki, but they also perform a dance. Interestingly, do sing at the same time, which makes the Udaki dance an act of triple infusion of art.
The Udaki is an hourglass shaped hand drum that belongs to the Arthata category of the Panchatoryanada since it's played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandian attire and dances while playing this instrument along with the recital that glory of the qualities of Lord Buddha.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of two elephants, the Punchi Banda elephant from Horana and the Hettimulla Raja elephant from Hettimulla. The officials mounted on top are carrying a brass canopy and two burning flags. This is a troupe of mixed folk dancers who are trained by Mr. P.C.B. Vijay Surya.
Traditional dancing in Sri Lanka is segregated into two main types, which are the Shastriya Natum or dance performances that are based on healing rituals, and the other being Gami Natum or the folk dance performances. The dance that we see now is the remarkable fusion of not just one but 4 different folk dance performances being danced simultaneously in the same spotlight. Here we see the dance artists representing 4 different folk dances, which are the Talam, the Ligili, Raban and the Savarang, which we would see being performed as individual dance items across all 5 segments of this majestic Perahera, and this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of Sri Lankan folk culture. Folk dancing is also known as the Jananatuma or Gaminatuma, which are dance items that represent the culture of the native village lifestyle of Sri Lanka. Now we are witness the entrance of the majestic Tuskers named Sindhu Tusker from Malwatu Mahaviharaya, in middle Tusker Vasana from Ruhunu Mahakataragama Dewalaya, and in left side Tusker Singharaja from Sri Dalada Maligawa. On its mount we can see an officials carrying brass umbrellas. On this year 2025, we are witnessing the grace of 1750th Perahera that had begun during the region of King Kirti Singha Megavanna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year, and this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers, presidents of our country.
We are now witnessing the first West troupe of the 3rd Randoli Perahera 2025, which is led by Mr. Ishanta Ihalavela and Mr. Lasantha Manasekara. The most unique and the most recognized presentation of Kandian dance heritage is the most fully adorned West Natua or the Kandyan West dancer. The Kandyan dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture.
In fact, it's this icon of West dancer who is the branding identification of traditional Sri Lankan dance across the 7 seas, despite the presence of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to traditional Sri Lankan dance. It is amusing to hear that it is the same picture that illustrates in one's mind when they are hearing the phrase Sri Lankan dance, which we could be certainly proud of. The West dance is more than just a ritual, it's a sacred recitation for the protection against the misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dancers are also considered as sacred. This most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalya.
Dressed in the white Pumpati costume, this is the Karya Karavana Korala, who is the royal official that holds responsibility for all engagements in regards to the offering, the Perahera and the relic casket. He is only seconded to the Diyawadana Nilame and is the only person in the Perahera who has the permission to walk forwards and backwards during the Perahera.
Followed by the Kavikara Madura, we have witnessed the entrance of the orchestra Nagasingham instrumentalities.
We are now at the much awaited and the most devout moment of the Perahera as we see the royal Tusker in the Raja of Shri Dalada Maligawa. The royal Tusker Indiraja is ceremoniously carrying the Perahera relic casket, guarded by the Dala elephants Buruma Raja of Shri Dalada Maligawa and Pulithisi Raja of Shri Dalada Maligawa. They are sprinkled by jasmine flowers and officiated by the royalties and escorted by the majestic West dancers. This is the chamber of versifiers of the Kavikara Madura, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments, including the Panteru and the Udaki, and the speciality of the Kavikara Madura is that these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the relic chamber.
Following the most sacred moment of this Perahera, we are see the clan of devotees holding the flowers and lamps that are symbolized and offering to the relic casket. The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera, a plain white robe that is illustrated the simplicity and modest behavior that is expected out of the true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its predominant offerings are flowers and incense sticks which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps which offer light. Now we are seeing the arrival of the second West troupe of the third Randoli Perahera, which is trained and led by Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena. The steps of West dance is highly masculine, which is known as the Thandava technical language. The dance is choreographed in very heavy steps that could be performed only by the strongest men and is undoubtedly a dance performance that requires a lot of energy to perform. The audience cannot just experience the energy of the West dance, but this is and also the opportunity to learn about highly energetic Sri Lankan men who had evolved since our history in this country with so much man-made developments. we now see the lay custodian of Shri Dalada Maligawa, the 19th Diyawadana Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to this Perahera. Now we are witnessing the commencement of the Shri Mahanata Devalaya Perahera.
The Shri Mahanata Devalaya in Kandy is located right in front of Shri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards the Lord Natha, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before Shri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is the first of follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that the god Natha is next in line to attain Buddhahood.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a troupe of Buddhist flag bearers who are clad in white national costumes, who are carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism.
This troop of Buddhist flags are led by the Civil Defence Authority Pallekele.
The white-clad flag bearers remind the people of the way that the Dhamma impacted their lives from the day the sacred tooth relic was brought to this island, and also the calm atmosphere symbolically portrays the way to end this cycle of life, or samsara. This is the arrival of the official Hewisi troupe of Shri Mahanata Devalaya, which is led by S.Y.G. Vijay.
The well-known fact behind the god Natha is believed that he is the next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva. The iconography of the god Natha is shown as the gentle young man of fair complexion who had a lotus flower on his left hand. He is in fact famed as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country.
Hewisi in the Kandy Esala Perahera and for the daily rituals of Shri Dalada Maligawa are assigned to the most skilled lineages of Hewisi drummers who are Uduvila, Ihalavela, Maligawa and Maligawa, who represent the first row of Hewisi troops while marching to the beat of the drums.
We are now witnessing the entrance of the very first elephant from Natha procession, where Vrukannala Arjuna elephant belongs to Karatota Pannasila Thero.
We are now witnessing a vibrant Lekeri dance which is led by Mr. Upali Dharmaratna. We are now witnessing a troupe of Panteru dancers who are led by Mr. Ruwan Marasinghe. This is a troupe of Tham-matam players who are trained and led by Mr. Jagat from Ridiyagama. The Tham-matam belongs to the Vitata classification of Panchaturunada, as it is played using 2 cane sticks known as Kadipu, and this is why the Tham-matam dance is classified as a Vitata dance. The anatomy of the Tham-matam is a drum set that consists of 2 drums known as the Mahanata, which produces 2 distinct sounds.
Now we are witness the entrance of the 3rd elephant in Natha Devala procession. This Sumana elephant from Sambodhi Mahavihara.
This is a troupe of Savarang dance performance from the Shri Mahanata Randoli Perahera, who's trained and led by Mr. Dilshan Shankar. The choreography of this folk dance, that styled of the upcountry tradition, is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and the visual beauty that is created by these tussles in motion are surely a soothing sight to the eye. The dance is performed as a team, and just as other folk dance performances, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance. This is a troupe of Udaki dancers and players who are trained and led by Mr. Dhammika Tendako.
We do see the same Udaki drums being used in the Kavikara Madura or the chambers of versifiers who walk right behind the royal Tusker carrying the relic casket, and they too sing the qualities of the great Lord Buddha, where in the history it used to be glorifying the virtue of the king.
This is a troupe of Nayan dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Indika Pradeep Velikubura.
An amazing fact behind Sri Mahanata Devalaya is that it was the sacred site which was used for naming and crowning the new king during the ancient Kandian era. The inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devalaya first and then arrive at Sri Mahanata Devalaya to pick their favoured names as king among their golden nameplates, and then to be crowned amidst all the worships and respect.
This is a troupe of tambourine players who are trained and led by Mr. Anjana Gamage.
The Raban dance involves Atmaru or the changing of hands while performing this dance, and the tunes we hear behind played by the dance orchestra are authentic recitals that are exclusive to the Raban dance itself, which are known as Raban Kali.
We are now witnessing the entry of the first West troupe of Shri Mahanata Devalaya, which is led by Mr. Vishuddhi Verapitiya. The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dancers are also considered sacred. This most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalaya, which is a healing ceremony that was held 2,500 years ago. The goldly ornaments of the Sri Mahanata Devalaya was carried by the elephant Rohana, and the Dala elephants were the Tusker Kuweni and the elephant Kandula.
The cooling breeze that blows from the surroundings, from the Udavatta forest on right and from Kandy Lake on left, certainly creates the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique from beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country.
This is the arrival of the second West troupe of the Sri Mahanata Devalaya, which is led by Mr. Asanka Karunaratna.
The dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just random participants, but in fact they have been performed in the Kandy Perahera as lineages since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineage of Talgahagoda, Verapitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihalavela, to name a few.
We are now witnessing the arrival of Honorable Akalanka Bandara Verapitiya, the Basnayaka Nilame from Dodanwala Shri Natha Devalaya, representing the Basnayaka Nilame of Shri Mahanata Devalaya. We are now witnessing the commencement of the Shri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera. The Shri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya or the Great Shrine, is the main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevalaya in Kandy. This is a troupe of district flag bearers.
Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is located northeast to Sri Dalada Maligawa, which is accessed easily via Rajaveediya and is considered as the most prominent religious site in Kandy, that is only seconded to Sri Dalada Maligawa.
This is the arrival of the first elephant of the Shri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, who is the elephant Haritha, who belongs to Mr. Saman Priyantha Arabagedara from Deniyaya.
We are now witnessing the entrance of the first Hewisi troupe of Shri Mahavishnu Devala Procession. Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is virtuous god who is popularly being worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees. He is known by 108 other names including Hari, Upulan and Narayana.
The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as the Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods. They are namely the Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world.
Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark in skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration is shown in the color of blue. His appearance illustrated Lord Vishnu sitting in the mythical bird Garuda, known as Gurula in Sri Lankan context, holding a lotus flower, maize, conchesal,
We are now witnessing the arrival of the second elephant of the Shri Mahavishnu Devalaya, the elephant Suranimal. This is a troupe of Lekiri dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Rumesh Kumara.
The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is the hosting shrine for many important rituals of Kandy Esala Perahera that includes the distribution of the copper and the Valiyak Natuma, which is the healing dance ritual that is performed across 7 nights after conclusion of the day Perahera in the intention of dispelling evil from all participants who took part of the Perahera festival.
Lekeli is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by evidence that is still visible to all of us.
This is the entrance of the third elephant of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession, the elephant Kumari from Kotala.
This is a troupe of Panteru dancers from the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, which is trained and led by Mr. K.G. Dharmasiri. An interesting fact from the history states that legends believe that Lord Vishnu is a future Buddha after God Natha, which is evident reason as to why we see the procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya following after the procession of Sri Mahanata Devalaya according to the tradition of the Kandy Esala Perahera. This is the arrival of the Mudun elephant who are carrying two officials.
This is the entrance of the troupe of Savarang, which is trained by Mr. Ruwan Talgagode. It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by King Senarath in between 1604 to 1635 during the time in which Uppulwan Devalaya in Alutnuwara was destroyed by Portuguese in midst of their Kandian invasion.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Damunupola elephant who is carrying an official from the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. This is a troupe of Nayan dancers representing the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya Perahera, who is trained and led by Mr. Sirisena Tittavela.
dance is said to belong to classification of Rupa Natuma due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Adaves, meaning of the half-vest costume, and it's at times even known as the Tanikachi.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a duo of elephants, who are the elephant Surani and the elephant Chotimalike. Mounted on them are two officials carrying two canopies. This is a troupe of Udaki dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Saman Siri from Kondedeniya. Today we witness the Udaki dancers in all three Peraharas. They added a vibrance to each and every one of them. The Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of drums, and the Udakiya, what we see now, is considered as the smallest traditional drum that we find in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing ritual across all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka.
The origin of Udakiya is believed to be originating from the Damruva drum that is seen in iconography of Lord Ishvara, a renowned deity who is much popular among Hindu around the world. Ishvara is in fact the father of Lord Skanda, which coincidentally built the relationship with Udakiya dance and Sri Mahakataragama Devara Perahera. Udaki Gataya is a very special episode of Udaki dance performance where we see the performers grouping into subgroups to create knots out of their drums. That's fascinating to see how it's being tied and removed in comparing its dance orientation. A unique attribute among all these performers and elephants who are taking part in the Perahera is being prudent in three virtuous qualities: being faithful to the task, being disciplined in what they do, and focus, being skilled in practice of what they do. Such virtues accumulate to ignite the devotion bestowed upon the Perahera. An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajavata recites the story of Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadagala, the procession of the month Esala, held from times ago in favor of all gods above, led by grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities, the Perahera shall perambulate just as the king did commemorate. It is an interesting fact from history that the ancient times the sacred tooth relic had been considered as the private property of king, and the public had never been permitted to having chance of worshipping it. It was indeed a thankful move by King Kirtisri Rajasingha, who declared that the relic need to be taken the procession for the public to witness and venerate to seek for blessing.
We are now witnessing the arrival of two elephants, the elephant Gagana and the elephant Gamunokandula, who are carrying two officials from the Shri Mahavishnu Devalaya carrying brass canopies.
It is need to be highlighted that these tuskers and elephants from Vishnu Devala procession were in blue attire, which is the significant color of the god Vishnu.
This is the official West Troupe of the Shri Vishnu Devalaya, which is trained and led by Mr. Sarath Ekanayaka. These West troops have the official task of clearing the way to the Tuskers who are carrying the godly ornaments of the Shri Mahavishnu Devalaya.
The West dancers are traditionally honored by king since the ancient times due to their role in dispelling unseen iniquitous forces. Even though the West dance is much popular in today's context as a performance art more than a ritual. In fact, all these dancers customarily visit the President House after the conclusion of the day Perahera, where selected artists are honoured with the State Award by H.E. President of Sri Lanka itself.
West dancer is no easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer, and they are only permitted to wear the West tattoo or the much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is a highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern times. West dancing is considered as a Rupanatum, which means a picturesque dance act. The visual beauty of this dance is commended by this majestic costume that depicts the illustration of a god believed to be the Malayalam king. This is the most devout moment of the Shri Mahavishnu Perahera, where the godly elements are ceremoniously carried by the Tusker Rama, accompanied by the Tuskers Birgamarani and the Tusker Alapatha. This is the second West troupe of the Shri Mahavishnu Esala Perahera, which is trained and accompanied by Mr. Samansiri of Kondadeniya. And this troupe of West dancers have the responsibility of paving the way to the Basnayaka Nilames of the Shri Mahavishnu Devalaya.
Hinduism, which is known as Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods, namely Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and the Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from these three Murti, another similar concept of Hinduism named Smartha involved Lord Vishnu, where five deities including Lord Shiva, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh, Lord Surya, and Lord Vishnu himself, which promotes equal faith to all five of these deities.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of two Gajanayake Nilames from rural shrines affiliated to the Shri Mahavishnu Devalaya. Honorable Asanka Ranavira from the Ganyagoda Katraguna Devalaya and Honorable S.K. Ratnayaka from Morape Katraguna Devalaya. Now we are witnessing the commencement of the Shri Kataragama Esala Perahera. The Shri Kataragama Esala in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy, and the speciality of the Shri Kataragama Esala being the only out of the Satara Mahadevala or 4 main shrines that is located outside the premises of Shri Dalada Maligawa, as it is located in the Kotugudalla Vidya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty.
This is the arrival of Buddhist flag bearers in Sri Kataragama Esala procession.
The Shri Kataragama Esala had been built during the reign of King Narendra Singha, who ruled the country from the year 7007 to 7039, where it was considered as a personal Devala shrine to the Kandyan kings for their devotional rituals in order to receive blessings of Lord Kataragama.
This is the arrival of Hewisi troupe, which is led by Mr. P.V. James.
The legend of Lord Kataragama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the story, Lord Kataragama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, whom he fell in love with. In order to win Valli as his consort, he had reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Devotee in Matharam and reached the city of Kataragama in search for Valli.
The Lord Kataragama is believed to be the divine force behind the ancient King Dutugama in his battle against the Chola invaders of the Dravidian King Elavan. The present Ruvana Kataragama Esala was in fact commitment of the war that was made by King Dutugama, who built the Ruvana Kataragama Esala, inaugurated its Asala festival that commemorates the divine marriage between God Kathiragama and Goddess Valli that commanded that the procession need to be held annually regardless any circumstance that is external existence of the sun and the moon.
We are witnessing the arrival of the first Tusker of the Shri Mahakathiragama Devalaya, the Kempitiya Tusker who belongs to Mr. Anura Kempitiya.
Following the Tusker Kempitiya, this is the arrival of Savarang dance, which is led by Mr. Suraj Madhushan from Divyanjali Academy.
If we again go back to the legend of Lord Kathiragama, the god of Kathiragama is mostly represented with an iconography with 6 faces that symbolizes 6 of his divine powers or attributes. The first, which radiates light that dispels darkness. The second, that expresses compassion and pity for humans. The third, that shows goodness and gentleness towards the peaceful. The fourth, that shines beautifully as a moon while exploring the fugitive. The fifth, that blesses the victims of the battlefield. And the sixth is the kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts. This is a group of Panteru dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka from the Hasitha Ramanayaka Academy. Panteru is an up-country style folk dance that is known for its faster tempo when compared to other folk dance acts that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as Panteru on one hand, and they perform to the beat of up-country Gatavere drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts of the body.
This is the arrival of Sutumaniki elephant, belongs to Mr. Puthika Mirialla.
This is the Nayan dance troupe of the Shri Mahakataragama Devalaya, led by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar.
The speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires the crown as Kandian West dancer would first need to be master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed. The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandian West dancers, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra. Next in line, we can see the troupe of Lekali dancers, which is led by Mr. Ruwan Tagahakoda. The Lord Kataragama, or the god of war, is divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Karthikeya or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kanda Surindu or Karinda or Kataragama Deviyo in his Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deity who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sit on the peacock with his consort Tevani Amman and Walli Amman.
Unlike other gods, Lord Kataragama too has a weapon unique to himself, known as the Velayudaya, along with other symbols such as the peacock and the color red. This is the arrival of the elephant Godagamarani, who belongs to Mr. Nalaka Jayasinghe. This is a troupe of Panteru dancers who are representing the Shri Mahakataragama Esala Perahera, who is trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Nivantaka. Among the many legends behind the evolution of the Panteru, one such story describes how the Panteru is in fact the Chakrayudaya of Lord Vishnu. The illustrated appearance of Lord Vishnu is portrayed as a deity with 4 arms holding 4 different objects: the lotus flower, the conch shell, the mace, and the Sudarshana Chakra, which is a swirling disc that is considered as the most powerful weapon that could defeat the strongest of enemies. In that sense, the Panteru dance seems literally affiliated and important to be engaged as a dance to be performed in this episode of Perahera that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu. This is the entrance of Chamara dancing troupe. Once again, it's led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka from Hasitha Ramanayaka Academy. The Chamara dancers swing these white tassels in various stanzas that not just creates a soothing visual to the audience, but also reminds the audience of the ancient times in which the Chamara played a prominent role in cooling ourselves in the absence of the modern day equipment that we are using today.
A certain degree of teamwork This is the arrival of the majestic elephant, the elephant Sita, who belongs to Mr. Roshan.
This is one of the unique performances of the Shri Mahakataragama Devalaya. Among the many different offerings that are made towards Lord Kataragama, Kavadi dancing is renowned as one of the most prominent dances of devotion that is performed to impress the likings. Kavadi is in fact a Tamil word that translates to burden in English language. And this dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadi Attam or burden dance.
Devotees believe that the Lord Kataragama is impressed by the energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of the key interpretations where this performance holds the hillock known as Kavadi or physical burden, a semicircle shaped wooden top with peacock feathers attached to it, on their shoulder and dance to the fast tempo music in full energy, while at times the most authentic form of Kavadi is performed without single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced, highly energetic dance.
This is yet another important and a unique dance item in the Shri Mahakataragama Devalaya, which is the Kohomakalaya dance troupe, which is led by Mr. Damit Nayanajith.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation of the nature due to its distinct feature of physical appearance, but the speciality of the peacock is in the Perahera is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of the Lord Kadaragama.
The peacock is in fact depicted in traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing in the Peacock Symphony known as the Mayura Vannama, that uses traditional upcountry dance movements to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But this dance is rather a creative dance that is not connected with the Sri Lankan Mayura Vannama, but instead much similar to the Malakkan dance that is rooted to the South Indian states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
Today, this troupe of peacock dancers are led by Trishu Academy from Miss E.S. Kalyani Malipadea.
The significant features of this dance includes the glittery vibrant costumes that add color to the procession's glamour, and on the other hand, the large peacock feathered prop as well as the facial expression of these performances depict the charming grace of a peacock in its naturally romantic episodes of impressing its opposites.
Much different to the dance performances that we witnessed before, the procession of Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya brings us a complete change in the flavor of music, as we do not hear any Gatabaria drum, but we hear the westernized fusion of Indian music known as the Nagasalam, Molam and Papara music, which is authentic tune that is used to perform the modern choreographed creative dance acts such as the peacock dance.
This is the arrival of a Talam dancers from the Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya, which is led by Mr. Madhushankar Premadasa.
Now we are witnessing the entrance of two majestic Tuskers belong to Mr. Ajit Galage. Left inside, Tusker Denuka, and in right side, Tusker Sandali.
This is the arrival of the first West Dance troupe of the Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya, which is led by Mr. Malangama.
The most unique and the most recognized presentation of the Kandian dance heritage is the most fully adorned West Natua or the Kandian West dancer. The Kandian dancer's skill and the dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture.
This is the most devoted moment of the Shri Mahakatragama Devala Perahera, where the godly ornaments are carried by the Tusker Esala. The two Tuskers accompanying the Tusker Esala is Tusker Aruna and Tusker Bandara. This is the second West troupe of the Shri Mahakatragama Devala Perahera. We are now witnessing the arrival of Honorable Srimad Bandara Valivita, representing the Gajanayake Nilame of the Shri Mahakataragama Devalaya.
The Sri Mahapatini Devalaya in Kandy is the only shrine of Kandy and Sataramaha Devalaya that is dedicated to virtues goddess Patini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth relic. This Devalaya is located in the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via Devotee and is separated from Sri Mahanata Devalaya from the ancient Advaita, which is used to be a resting ground for the royal elephants.
We now witness the passing of the Buddhist flag bearers of the Sri Mahapatini Devalaya. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Hewisi troupe of the Sri Mahapatini Devalaya, which is led by MP Parithanishankar, Mr. M.J. Sirisena and Mr. M.P. Premadasa. If we look at the legend of Goddess Patini is famed as the goddess of chastity and is still considered as the most popular deity among the Sri Lankans, despite being a goddess of South Indian origin. The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of Sri Mahapatini Esala Perahera. Being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of Goddess Patini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their values to the existence of this world.
And also, the goddess Patini is most popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including gum madura, Deval Madura and Pahan Madura have accepted its protagonist deity as the goddess Pattini.
This is a troupe of Kulu dancers which are trained by Mr. Hemanta Shri Ratnakumara. If we go back to the legend of Goddess Pattini, the cult of Goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals the 7 different ways in which she has been born, which includes the story of Goddess Pattini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, a cobra tear, a demeter flower, a shawl, fire, and lightning. The cult of Sat Pattini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrates 12 birds known as the Dolos Pattini Upata.
Before the Dalada Perahera commenced 1715 years ago, it was just the Satara Devala Perahera that comprises the god Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini, which is still follows the Devala Perahera as part of the old tradition.
This is the arrival of a unique Puru dance troupe, which is led by Mr. Nishanta Navaranga. Unlike in other 4 Peraheras, here we see the female representation in the Puru dance as well, which is the most unique feature of Shri Maha Pattini Devala Perahera. This is the Talam dance troupe of the Shri Maha Pattini Devalaya, which again represents the female representation of the Perahera, which is led by Mr. Aruna Pradeep.
The male-dominated presence of the artists that were so previously is no longer visible, as we see in the entrance of the female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of Sri Mahapattini Dewala Perahera. This is the entrance of another majestic element owned by Bengamuye Dhammadina Nayaka Thero, named Palmadulle Chula. Now we are witnessing the entrance of Raban dancing troupe, which is led by Mrs. Chamali Jayaratna from Rekha Academy at Halagala.
If we again go back to the legend of Goddess Pattini, as stated before, Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of the Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including the Gam Madura, Devol Madura and Pahan Madura, have accepted its protagonist deity as Goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing. This is the arrival of a female Savarang dance troupe, which is trained and led by Miss Nelka Vijayanayaka of the Nelka Academy, Murutalava. We can see many young dancers who are taking part in this Savarang dance of the Sri Mahapattini Dewala Perahera. This is the arrival of the female Panteru dance troupe, which is led by Miss Vinda Kulasiri. These performers are not just seen dancing, but also chanting several verses which are distinguished as Panteru Kavi or poetry associated with the Panteru dance. One such prominent verse, named as Sityasalova, describes all affiliations to the Panteru, including its resemblance as a chakra or as an anklet of goddess Pattini.
Now we are witnessing another female representation of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, the Balangada Kumari elephant and Kagalle Manike Tusker.
This is the arrival of the first West troupe of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna. This West troupe is paving the way to the Tuskers who are carrying the godly ornaments of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya.
As stated before, goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted its protagonist deity as goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless nights in ritual grounds to experience the worship, this miraculous power of healing.
This is the most devoted moment of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya, where the godly ornaments of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is carried by the Tusker Giriulla Mangala. This is the arrival of the second West troupe of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna.
we are witnessing the final dancing item in Sri Mahapattini Devala Procession and also the third Randoli Procession 2025.
If we talk a bit more about these West dancers, it was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangalya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a dividos or a godly curse that had been bestowed upon the king Pandavasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tham-matam. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Kuveni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandy dancing, which is quite interesting to learn. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Alawathugoda Samandewale Basnayaka Nilame, Honorable Bhashana Bandara Kulathunga, and Walhagoda Kataragama Dewale Basnayaka Nilame, Srimad Bandara Valivita, representing the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya.
Now we are witnessing the Randoliya, which is the significant sign of the Randoli Perahera.
And that marks the end of the third Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2025.
We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihidai.